Good morning, everyone. Hope everybody had a wonderful day yesterday, and I hope everybody's having a wonderful day today. So, did some more tweaking on my microphone. Uh, Found the video that I had originally used for setting up all of my audio stuff. Let me know how it sounds. If it sounds better, worse, too loud, too low. We'll tweak it. We'll get it back to where it was, or better, if possible. Other than that, though, everything else should be running the way that it's supposed to. Hopefully, awesome. Hopefully, we don't have any more issues with frame rate drops, but if we do, we'll try and solve those as well. I think it's going to be an ongoing problem for a while until I just figure out how to sell a kidney for a 5090. Who knows? So, other than that, we are going to go ahead and just get back into the swing of things. Yesterday was a fun day. We started out finishing off the salvaging rover. That lasted not very long before it wound up being destroyed by gravity, mostly. And its long ass trip that direction-ish. That's possible. Like I said, and the problem is that I don't know explicitly if it's the game, if it's the mods, if it's my computer. So it's a difficult thing to diagnose, but we're just going to keep playing and we're just going to stop worrying about it. The biggest thing that hey, what's up, Turnip? The biggest thing that I want to look at today is potentially taking out or looking at that prospecting station, which is apparently a Factorum station. And there was another one over there. Now, there used to be a station, or that used to be one of the other, I think it was Parallax. It is now no longer Parallax, which is kind of cool. But I mostly wanted to see about getting the... See, I wanted to get this refueled because it was a little low on fuel. I may also need to go ahead and also look at ammunition, so I'll probably have to do a little bit of drilling here. Which it kind of sucks that the rodeo got blowed up. That was kind of our little mining ship. So where that leaves me is, how are we doing on... Nice. Have a bunch in there. And I still have a bunch in the actual ILP. So, what I need, most likely, is to go ahead and make a small... Either a small ship or I go ahead and I use the Cruzer here to go find some. Pretty sure I have an ore detector on here. I do. And it's set at 250. Let's push you out to 512. Before I go out, let's look. I think you just have that sort of stuff on the brain, you goober. Magnesium. I still have a roughly 2,000 magnesium, which really isn't that bad for what I have. Let's then also check. Well, one of the things that I need to do, that I absolutely need to do, is I think I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to get rid of this thruster. Let's turn that off. As of right now, it's sitting there being mostly useless. So if I get rid of the thruster, what I can do then is get into this section and potentially add a large reactor to help offset the power drain of the shields. So I think I'm going to wind up having to do that. Let's do that. Let's just tear this out and replace it. Partially, yes. I do need to add more thrusters, but I think at this point, this ship is going to be less about being an attack ship. Oops, I meant to land on here. And this ship is actually just going to be, it can defend itself if it has to. Come on. There we go. Whereas I plan to see about building a more dedicated warship. I hate to do this, but I'm going to need to. First, specifically something like that Stormfire that's still down there needing to be, taken care of. One of the biggest things that I am dealing with right now is that this just gets its ass handed to it in every engagement. So, what I would like to do is to go back to the drawing board and just rebuild an entirely new ship, or repurpose that Stormfire that's down there that still, as far as I know, is usable. Now, one of the other things that I need to look at is adding more heavy armor. I may need to let's get rid of a lot of this. Go. Okay. So what is connected down here? That's battery. Get rid of you. And what are... Okay, so what I'm looking at here is not likely to be able to get a large reactor in here. I could potentially get some more small reactors in here, but I don't want to sit there and have like just a huge array of small ones. Time for modded ones. Sometimes it's tempting. What are you connected to? Absolutely nothing. Oh, I know why that was in there. And I know why it's not on the other side. That was from when I had accidentally turned on the projector and the build and repair. And so the projector had the projection like twisted upwards out of alignment. And so it just started welding what was there. It's like, that's not how that goes there, buddy. Nice try. Okay. That's battery there. That actually brings up an important thing I wanted to talk about at some point. But I am giving more thought to but I'm giving more thought to the server coming up. Oops. And a couple of things that I am contemplating is whether we're going to do a default star system, or this is something that Brockstar had brought up, using the star system generator. I am not unfamiliar with it. I've used it before. It's got some, there are a lot of really good modded planets. With that said, what I am rock shard, what I am wanting from you guys, and especially those who have been playing for a long time, is if there are any modded planets that you might like to see or would like to see people suffer through or not. In fact, it could be easy planets, it could be harsh planets, whatever. Go ahead and throw them up on the Discord, and I'll take a look at them and see where they will fit within the idea of the server. As far as the timetable, I'm looking at starting it around the beginning of next month. Nothing's actually broken at this point, fortunately. I'm actually doing just a little bit of a rework here. The ship needed to be reworked, so that's why that doesn't need to be there either. Let's get these cleaned out. Oh, wow. Okay, yeah, we definitely need to get this cleaned up. I don't really have much bigger guns without going into full-on weapon core stuff, which I do have a lot of weapon core weapons. And get rid of these. But I also have a lot of stuff that got put in here incorrectly.
Inventory full.
So let's clean a lot of this out. Let's see. I have now that is absolutely something that I could do. And I'm not against the idea of transitioning up to larger guns via weapon core, because I do have a lot of different ones available. If that's something that you guys don't mind me doing, I am more than happy to do it. I am A-okay with putting bigger guns in this particular save. But yes, fair enough. Okay. Let's get rid of that plating. Pull this stuff out. Okay. Rid of that. And that. Just peel back so much of this armor. Okay. There we go. Think we're getting there. Push that. Okay. So, one vote for bigger guns. Technically, two votes. I think Rathmeyer is voting for bigger firearms. I need to figure out. Always bigger. Bigger is sometimes better. Okay. In that case, what I'm going to do is we'll save this here. Let's go add more bigger guns. More bigger. More bigger, biggest. More bigger, largest. There we go. Load game. Technically Rathmeyer. Because Rathmeyer was all like, bigger guns. And it's like, okay. Edit. All right, so that's 3 votes. All right, let's go ahead and I want the... Oh, where do I have all of them? Arrow, advanced, nope. No, I have some. There we go. Eric's Weapon Enterprises and Naval. I don't know. I could add some new thrusters as well. Like if we're going into this, I can go whole hog and just add a whole bunch more stuff. All right, more thrusters. Let's see. Bottom mounted camera, might as well. Bushes and trees, nope. I want the... I don't do the tiered thrusters, but I do the Eric's links on ones. I like those. Consolidation armament, consolidation propulsions. Nah. Daily needs, nope. DHI systems, weapon pack, sure. Let's see, what else have I got? Raspy short, nope. Timber Corp, nope. That's all the... That's the other thing. If you missed it, no, that's fair. And in fact, I actually have a mod that allows me to change the color of the thrusters. So I've got that. But also for those that may have missed it yesterday, we went ahead and removed, what is it? We removed the modular encounter systems and all of those things and swapped it out for one called NPC Provider, as well as 7 different factions for that, including Factorum. Because it is a newer system and it is also specifically designed around the idea of servers. but it will work for single player. So I thought I would be able to give it a test on my single player run. If it turns out to be good, and so far it seems like it, then it will probably wind up on the server. So that's kind of the direction that's going. Yeah, yeah. So I've swapped out modular encounters for NPC provider. Basically, it does the same thing, but it's newer. It's called NPC provider, quite literally. Let me scroll down here. NPC provider. And then if you're looking for factions to go on or to go into it, you want to look up the NPC pack.corp or NPC.pack. And there should be a total of like 7 of them. Yes. Well, mostly. I think 1 or 2 of them may actually be safe. But when you first install it, make sure that you yourself are in a faction. But it will just generate aggravated NPCs initially. However, there is a command that allows you to generate the economy section of things as well. Now, what's really cool, from what I understand and from what Rockstar was saying, and I read on the workshop page, is that essentially each faction will be given a specific area around certain planets and moons. So they will have their own territories that they will then attempt to defend. So you won't necessarily get all of the different factions all in the same area, which sounds really cool. On top of that, because of the fact that you can generate the economy side of things as well, separate to it, you can either play with just the enemy factions or with the economy or both. So it adds a lot of flexibility there. And what's nice is that certain NPCs will be hostile to others, but not necessarily to all of them. They may actually be friendly to some of the others and cooperate with one another. So it makes it a little bit more interesting, as there may be alliances between certain ones. So should be interesting. Let's see. Let's do the Night Owl Imperial Thrusters. Let's also. I do have next gen power. It should be, and I'm hoping that it actually is a really interesting and fun set of mods, because modular encounters was kind of reaching the point where it's gotten a little stale. And so it's nice to see that there is something else out there that is doing the job. Yeah, exactly. Let's do expanse parts. Sure. We'll also add. Oh, hell. Let's do. Well, I don't know. I don't think I'll do that. Um, that's all the planets. Stars, nope. Resource nodes, nope. Um, I do have the SI tiered tech, but I'm not too worried about that. And I know I've got a few others here. Tethers, don't need that. Naval cannon, sure. Let's see, elevator, don't want to do that. And Next universe weapons. Let's do the XL blocks because why not? We don't hate ourselves enough here. And I do have Mexpex weapons, so let's add those. Homing weaponry, MCRN. And I think that's about it. Cool. That might be a little bit of a big ship there, Turnip. Just a scotch big. All right. Let's do this. So my seat back a little bit too far from when I normally play. Because, like, my old chair, I'm used to it, like, leaning way back just naturally. And so I've gotten in that habit of when I'm gaming or whatnot, that's generally how I sit back. But of course, on stream, I want to make sure that I'm sitting up a little bit more forward. And so I have to make sure to remind myself, oh, yeah, sit forward, idiot. But, and that's fair, Turnip. I mean, when you're colliding moons together to be a giant spaceship of death, you're going to use up a lot of PCU. So there's that. It's like, if we just jam them together really hard, they'll just kind of morph into one another and become super awesome. What's more awesome than one? Two? Oh, good old 5-year-old logic. Oh, man. I will say as well, my hardware upgrade has actually been doing great. One of the issues that I've had for a really long time now is that my internet is 300 megabit per second running fiber. Not, 1 gigabyte or anything like that, because that shit is expensive. Hey, what's up, Mr. TK50? Um, yeah, exactly. But I have been paying for 300 megabit, but I haven't really been getting 300 megabit. Well, now that I have done the whole restoration, new hard drive, new OS, clean install, all of a sudden I'm now getting that bandwidth and it is fucking gorgeous. Oh my God. It is so nice to be able to download things at a much higher speed consistently. I love it. So there has, right now, we're not financially in a situation where we can afford that. And it's not something that would be explicitly viable or beneficial beyond just, look, it's faster. 300 does more than enough for us. Like, the only time where I need more speed is primarily just for downloading stuff while I'm on stream. The rest of the time, it doesn't matter. Yeah, there you go. Subscribe so I can get faster internet. Yeah, that's how that's going to go. Let's see. Let's get rid of these guys here. And then let's start looking at phasing out. Wow. And that's like if I was running servers at home, that also would be a good idea. But I am currently not.
Inventory full.
I don't care about your damn inventory. I just need to be able to sell merch. As it stands, though, this past payday has actually been one of my best ones, which has been kind of cool. You guys have been really awesome about helping to support the stream, which is great, which is also why I'm able to finally do the server and actually be able to do it some justice. I think that's the important thing, is I should be able to get a decent one. Well, one of the guys that used to show up, I haven't seen him in a while, a guy named Bread is Good, used to pop around, but he ran a bunch of gaming servers and was kind of his business. I don't know what happened to him. I haven't seen him in a while. But he was always asking, what should I run next? I don't know, whatever. Let's go ahead, get rid of some of this light armor here. Your heavy armor. Your light armor. It may make you... No. Bread does not make you fat. Eating bread and not exercising is what makes you fat. I think that's a big misconception. Bread alone does not make you fat. Bread is good, though. Love bread. Okay, now we've got some of these guts of the ship opened up. I need to start cleaning up this. Let's clean out this stuff. Okay. That's all right. I'm right there with you. As I get older, my decision to move lessens considerably. Like, but why do I have to move? Okay. I want... Not that. Where'd they go? Harlan drives, and specifically, I want these hydrazine thrusters. The hydrazine thrusters are not only more powerful than the standard thrusters, the standard hydrogen thrusters, but they are also more efficient. In fact, I could probably get away with removing the two large hydrogen tanks here. See, that's a nice thing about being just mostly poor. I can't afford DoorDash. So most of the food that we get, it's either we make it or we go out and get it. Which I'm all right with. It gets me outside sometimes. Not that I like outside, it just gets me out there. That whole fresh air thing, which, by the way, oh, that is an amazing breeze. Okay, so back on topic here. What I'm looking at is if I switch out all of my hydrogen thrusters for hydrazine thrusters, what I should be able to do then is get rid of two of these tanks. I can then swap out those tanks specifically with two large reactors. It depends on who you go with. I don't remember who I was looking at, but I think for what I want to get, I was looking at about 30-ish, almost $40. And that would just be for a month. But that's like 20 slots, a decent RAM, that sort of thing. Because what I'm expecting to do is that absolutely, if you're a subscriber, you immediately are going to be able to get access to the server. I'm also going to have a few slots reserved for people who've just been long-time supporters. You know, people who've been around since, the beginning almost. Those sorts of things. Those who have been instrumental in my rise to power. And then, of course, I will also be, you know, handpicking certain individuals that I know are going to be beneficial to the server itself, as far as being able to add to it rather than being a pain in the ass. And so that way, I can make sure that it is, for the first run, going to be as enjoyable as possible. If it goes really well and I'm able to do another month, then we'll see about going from there and maybe opening it up for more. It just kind of depends. So mostly I'm just trying to make sure that it's going to be good for the people that are playing on it, and then it's going to be good content. Because at the end of the day, it's about making sure you guys are entertained. That's what I got to do. That's my job. All right. I see. There we go. Okay, so speaking of, I need to swap out to the builder. And then I'm going to switch up. No, hide duplicates. Don't need them. Don't want the chef. Oh, I do have the entire gold set, though. Oh, and I don't want that one. I want the female builder. And then give me the gold. If it's... Ah, there we go. I was double clicking on accident. There we go. Okay. Now, the reason why I want the builder one, which is a mod, is because she holds way more stuff. That is a lot of Factorum over there. Nothing major. I just switched to a modded engineer. Now, the other thing is I need... you know what? Let's turn these all off. Yeah. Basically, it's a set of engineers, engineer classes. So each one has a different specialty. The builder has increased storage capacity, higher inventory volume. There's another one that is more heavily armored and can actually take a few hits, that sort of thing. And it's both male and female, which is cool. Let's set you to stockpile, set you to stockpile, and set you to stockpile. And then you off. Off. And off. Or on, not off. Okay. Essentially what I want to do is make sure I bleed out the tanks here so that way I can go ahead and remove them without losing any hydrogen. As that is going to be important. Oh, come on. In fact, I actually... No, apparently I have the wrong one. Why do I have the wrong one? you supposed to be... Oh, I bet I know why. There we go. I was realizing that I could fly too easily. I was like, wait a minute. Let's get rid of this. Okay. Let's recharge while we're here. Oh, ah, that's good stuff sometimes. Also need to go ahead and remove the side turrets. I don't think I have... Oh, yeah, I do. I have a couple underneath. And then I do have 4 fixed Gatling guns, which I might keep them just because. That's right, don't have to hit escape on that one.
Inventory full.
Oh, yeah, full. Duh, you just heard it tell you your inventory is full. Wow, Cruz. Wow. Okay. Thank you. Let's get rid of those. And pick up that. Also, one of the things that I need to do is come in here and change my special containers to no longer be special. And what that's going to do, the reason why I had them set to special is so that way I could have those 2 cargo containers always be full of ammunition when I take off from the base. So as long as there is available ammunition on the base, the Izzy's inventory management would try and push ammunition into those containers. So that way I was hopefully never leaving empty. But since we are going to be changing weapons, that's not going to be currently beneficial. So we're going to be getting rid of that. The other thing I want to do here is to clear out these because a lot of this is getting remodeled. Now, fortunately, I do still have the blueprint for the previous version of this. So that'll be fine. Let's also change this out. Actually, no. I will leave you there. That's right. I had O2H2 generators here, specifically for getting all of that. I need you still. Kind of, but not really. Got whoops. Oh, I don't want to grind that down. That's heavy armor. But really, the bulk of the heavy armor is just... that heavy armor was there to protect the hydrogen tanks. I'm thinking what I could do is actually go ahead and put in okay, first of all, I need to just completely redo all of this, and it will hopefully make sense momentarily. So my first bar, I'm just going to have set so that I can put tools or weapons on there. That's all it's going to do. My second bar is going to be for blocks. And kind of wish it was a little bit more, but we'll have to deal with that. That should be good. If I need the others, I can get to them. That's not an issue. The third bar is then going to be things like cargo containers, conveyors, etc. So that way I keep all that together still. Are you still part of... No, I am not. That's fine. And then we'll do the rotors, hinges, pistons, interior wall, and then interior light. Now for the fourth one, I can do the thrusters here, the hydrazines, and atmospheric and ion. So there we go. That should clean things up a little bit more, make it a little bit easier to get around certain things. I am also going to go ahead and we're going to remove these. We're going to remove our shield generator and shield controller for the time being. I know I'm going to have to recharge those, but considering that we're basically gutting this and rebuilding it, yeah, I'm going to move the projector as well. And a lot of this is definitely going to be getting swapped out. Let's see, what else do I need to remove and or change? I think I should go ahead and... Well, I need to remove these guys here. Change that out. Let's remove this side as well, because those are going to be switched over to the hydrazine thrusters. Let's... really don't like... There we go. Let's get rid of you guys. In fact, I think I'm actually going to go ahead and just remove these wings entirely and slim down the ship. Part of the reason why I want to do that is because, again, the hydrazine thrusters are more powerful and more fuel efficient. Part of the reason why I added these outboard wings is so that I could get more thrusters onto the ship. So since we're changing things up, they're going to go. That'll allow me, though, to also go ahead and widen the ship a little bit. So I think what I'll do is turn that on. So that I can catch things as they fall off. I want to extend this out a little bit. so that it can catch things as they fall. Oh, whoops. There we go. Grab some steel plate. Kind of sad that we didn't get our salvager back here, primarily because of the fact that it had a ton of metal grids on it, a ton of steel plates, just a lot of really good salvage. So it kind of sucks that we didn't get it back here, but, you know, sometimes you just have to deal with the hand that you're dealt. That, and it was really funny finding out where it had wound up at. Like, I was relaying the story to my mom after at lunch, and just, you know, the fact that it basically traveled all that way, and also the fact that I'm just leaving it there. Like, screw it, it earned its place. That's its final resting spot. Okay. Oops, damaged something. That's fine. Oh, I bet I know what I damaged too. Most likely it would be easier to start fresh, but I don't necessarily want to. I'd like the idea of basically having to rebuild this or to retrofit it, because I want to keep working on this design specifically. It's just one of those things. I figure, why not? What does it hurt? Gives me something to do, and it gives the Cruzer a chance at redemption to be a better vehicle. So, plus, if I had to start over from scratch, I have to completely redesign it, and that has its own perils. So this way, we take a known quantity and we just try and make it better. Go. And awesome. It's kind of fun watching it grinding the thing out too. Because I have the build and repair doing the grinding for me. Like, that's it's doing the job for me. Now, if you're talking about going out and salvaging something, that absolutely, that was part of what the salvager was for. It was a rover that was designed to be able to carry a whole lot of stuff while I hand salvage stuff. And it's a personal preference. I just prefer to do it by hand when given the option. I am weird like that. As I mentioned it yesterday, it's like my version of woodworking, you know? Oh, yeah, no. Absolutely, this is fine. Because I only need certain areas to be ground down. I don't necessarily need large portions except for those wings.
Inventory full. Inventory full.
And
Inventory full.
there we go. That should I think, be most of the thrusters outside of
Inventory full. Inventory full.
those.
Inventory full. Inventory full. Inventory full. Inventory full.
There we go. And in fact, let's also pop off these atmospherics. Rid of these atmospherics.
Inventory full.
Inventory always full. There we go. And since I've got to rebuild a lot of this as well, which is going to be fun. You know what? Let's get rid of you guys. Clean up this back end. Eh. There we go. And then I don't mind it. It's kind of a quaint reminder, if you will. Okay, that is... We're going to get rid of those for now. And that. As those are... Oh, and I need to get rid of these. So many things to...
Full. Inventory full. Inventory full.
Is that all of them? Yeah, okay. Ow, that's fair. I typically run with whatever the default setting is. I think it's ×3. So I don't change it out. All right, we're going to leave the railgun there. And apparently those had run out of ammunition. Good to know. There we go. With the exception of the railgun still at the front, we have removed all of the weapons and all of the thrusters. Let's clean out that and that. Let's also go ahead and turn off 3 times the size. I suppose I could. I suppose what I could do is actually probably disconnect it here. And push this forward. Not quite. Not quite whatever chat wants. But suggestions and ideas are never a bad thing. So what I'm thinking, in order to extend the ship and make it bigger, the first thing I would do, I'm not allowed to show that. That's against TOS. I know what you mean, Hollows, but that doesn't pertain to the ship. All right, let's see. What I want to do, get rid of that. I know you don't care. Let's add that. Got to get used to where everything's at again. And then there. Hey, what's up, guitar? Landing gear. Did you finally get your video card back? Awesome. Good to hear. Okay. You need to have your tensor turned on. We are going to slice this here. And let's see. And then I just need to go ahead and oh, little bit saggy there. Let's see. I think your tensor needs to be on. Somebody needs some Viagra. Okay, there we go. So what I should be able to do here is push this out. Open the door. Oh, you don't have any, so that I'll let the cats in. She has this strange fetish for wanting to constantly see my cats. Oh, that's right. I still have guys stockpiling. And you are empty. Okay. Fair enough. Let's see. We'll call you base H2 tank 3. Base H2 tank 2. Base H2 tank 1. That way. Wrong button. Base. Base H2 tanks. There we go. I don't know. Who are you again? I don't remember. You know, it's my old age, my advanced years getting to me. Stockpile on up. There we go. Now I should be able to the thing. What thing are we getting? What person? There we go. Her thing. That is fair. Okay. Let us push this forward. There we go. It is now longer. So I should be able to go ahead and let's clear out some of this. Clear out you guys. And oh no, let's not do that. Almost. I think it was still attached to the top portion there, but it's usually best to not do that to yourself. Oop. Almost did it again.
Inventory full.
Nobody cares.
Inventory full.
Okay, now I should be able to
Inventory
remove
full.
this stuff. Okay. That should clear that up. Get rid of you and you. All right. So we now have the ship in half. Kinda. We've got it extended. No thrusters, no weapons. We're basically just wide open here. What I need to do is build a spine, an additional spine, I should say. Let's get rid of you and you. We'll also clean up this. You are not necessary. That one is necessary, though. So I'm going to have to leave it. Go with black, and then leave that in line. I have the two of those there. I don't need both of them. Don't need you. So I can get rid of those. In fact, I may get rid of all of that. That's for the parachutes. I'll be able to reposition you anyway, so it won't matter, as I really want to redo this front section as well. That allows me then to get rid of you guys. There we go. And then also get rid of you and oh hey. What are you still doing there? There one on the other side? Yes, there is. As I think one of the other things that I would like to do is to try and put some sort of armored protection around the cockpit, or move the cockpit further back in the ship so it's not directly up front and not as exposed. I could also just build in a custom cockpit. I might do that. What do we have for not doors? Doors. In small grid. I would have to do something like this. If I wanted to have an entrance. Huh. We'll see. I don't know yet. What I do know, however, is let's go turn off the welder real quick. And I want reactors. Okay. So you do take the small ones. So let's put that there. And you on that side, and you on that side. That should make it so that with the two large reactors, actually, what about the warfare ones? Let's do the warfare ones. I like them a little bit better. So that should wind up being, with those two, more than enough power to handle the shields and just keeping the batteries going. So I want to then look at, let's see, for the ease of getting around, switch back out of my builder. And we'll just go with the, okay. Since I'm not grinding down as much stuff. That will be, let's see. Let's go ahead and get you welded up. I want to see what I'm looking at here. What do you need? Hopefully I have enough stuff. It might be a situation where I've got to go out and collect some stuff. Let us... I think it's just, for reactor components, it's just silver and gravel that I need that's out of the ordinary. Gravel's not hard to come by, obviously. Yeah, it's just silver. So, and I have... How much silver do I have? Enough. So I should be okay there. And I have enough gravel currently, although I will probably want more. Now, I need to also get rid of... Let's get rid of that real quick. Hopefully it looks cool. Definitely want it to look cool. And, complete. There's that as well. I'm wondering, though, what about maybe making it longer? Is that heavy armor? That's all light armor. I want to replace you with heavy armor. And I want to replace this with heavy armor, but I'll do that a little bit later when I get to that point. Now, what I want to do is don't need those there, do I? Oh, no, because I want to get rid of a lot of this. Ow. Just drop it on your head, moron. Let us go ahead and fit some heavy armor underneath there to protect the hydrogen tank. There we are. The next thing I want to do is let's get that T-junction in here. What's that? Do straight, straight. Actually, no, because I can put this more in line. 4. Then I put oops, I need steel plate. Let's get the hydrazine thruster in there. That'll be good. And then I do want another hydrogen tank. And I think that'll go a long way towards making sure that I'm going to have enough fuel regardless. Because 2 tanks with these thrusters, I should be golden. I shouldn't have any issues whatsoever. Oh, look. One of those is done now and has some uranium in it. Perfect. So the next thing I want to do is let's see about getting that put in. And then I need weld pads. All right. So what I want to do is very slowly bring this back like we did yesterday. Awesome. Auto lock off, switch lock. Yeah, weld pads are exceptionally good for that. You can also do it with merge blocks. And basically you would just put like a merge block here and then one here so that when it comes together, the 2 merge blocks will connect. And then that'll go ahead and merge the 2 grids together. That was something I learned from watching Splitsy and his survival less likely or whatever. His first one that he did, It ran for quite a while. There we go. But I like the weld pads because they are basically flat and they're cheap. And they will tell you how close you are to being able to connect. There we go. We now have... Hey, what's up, Ender Games? How you doing? Ender Gamer, my bad. Let's see. And we are currently reconstructing, retrofitting, I should say, my ship. Can't complain too much. I mean, I can. Being able to complain is like my superpower. But for today, we should be good. Let's get that covered. Honestly, the rent is too damn high. That's fair. Honestly, I mean, if anybody should be able to complain, it's streamers. Our life is so hard. Like, I don't think people understand how difficult it is being a streamer in today's economy. Let's see. You still need more, which means probably, what, silver? No, I have silver. I don't have. Thank you for the follow there, Ender Gamer Cube. Much appreciated. What I need... I know, right? It's such a difficult life. People just don't understand. And for just 10 cents a day, you too can adopt a streamer. And ensure that I'm able to go to school. Oh, yeah. Oh, let's see. I'm actually going to leave you for now. Let's empty that, and then I guess technically that does mean you've adopted me. Sucks to be you.
Inventory full. Inventory full.
Hey guys, my inventory's full. Just letting you know. You're not my mom. My mom would never, ever make me do something so silly. Let's see, how much gravel is that going to get me? Gravel. Probably not enough. Need more stone. Ooh. No, I doubt it. There you go. And shoes. Shoes are important. And an education and shoes. That's all the man needs. Although, God help you on affording my shoes. There we go. I wear... You probably can't see the scale of this boot. This is a size 16 boot. And I fit these perfectly. No one in the house listens to you. We hear you, we just don't listen to you. I need put some of those there. Awesome. We're going to go ahead and ditch those so that I can reposition them later. And all right, fine. Give me a second. I need some ice for my drink anyway. Might go grab a slice of pizza while I'm at it. We actually had pizza yesterday. It was kind of nice. We were all feeling kind of lazy anyway, so it was one of those like, "Hey, pizza sounds like a great idea." That's 8 of those. Let's see about this one get finished. Not yet. Okay. Any more? Actually, real quick. Stone, then pizza, and ice in my water. And okay. Let's hop in here. Nope. Out of the way. There we go. Okay. Be right back. Honestly, I'm waiting for the profit part. Friends for profit. Come here, Nibbler. You're welcome. Come here, Nibbler. Hey, you. Uber, over here. You know how to do this. I know you know how to do this. Fine. I will make you do this. There we go. Aha. It's hard to see her against my black shirt, but there we go. I will give her a white background. Yeah, this one is Nibbler. Is one of 4. She is adorable but stupid. Lovable. And she has her clever moments. No, actually. They were named specifically because of their attributes when they were kittens. And Nibbler here had a tendency to nibble on things. She still does. She loves chewing on plastic. Every chance she gets, you have to hide plastic around her. Yeah. There you go. And then down. Nope, you gotta let go. Get down. Over here. Come on. Do you want me to? Yeah, all right, fine. And then this one is Smudge. She used to have a gray streak on her forehead. But as she got older, the gray faded and now it's just white. Yeah. Yeah, pretty much. You're getting your fur all over me and you know it and you love it. Yeah. She is a wonderfully stereotypical blonde. If a blonde woman was a cat, that is what she is, which is not a bad thing. That's just her thing. She is just like that. Yeah, basically. And that's what you get, Hollows. Mhm. Okay. Nice. Yeah, I was just noticing that. Hey, you being awake is your problem, Hollows, not mine. And truth be told, Ender, the visuals in this game, period, are amazing. Are you back again? I thought I got rid of you. All right. That is not what I wanted, but it is what it is. I don't mind periodically opening the door from time to time. So you don't have to wait until your birthday. Hmm.
Inventory full. Inventory full.
Yeah, I doubt you could go that long. That really is the most difficult part there, Ender, is trying to get the people to watch and get enough of them to have an average. Now, I'm assuming that you have like a specific schedule that you're keeping. Let's see. Got those there. Could probably do another set. Here. If I actually had some stuff. Oh, absolutely it does. Out of every game that I have streamed, I tend to get the most viewers when I'm doing Space Engineers. And there's a very, very easy and specific reason why that happens. Very few people stream Space Engineers. Oh, and that's, yeah. You again. Yeah, you're adorable, but busy. What I would recommend, and especially as you're working to get to affiliate, is don't necessarily rely on a second to help out. While it's nice to have a friend to play with, and people love watching others play multiplayer games, in circumstances where you're trying to grow yourself, don't rely on somebody else. That is the best advice that I can give. And honestly, a server for other streamers would be pretty cool. It's one of those where you would definitely want to know the streamers better. You would want to make sure that you have a good understanding of who they are and if they fit the overall vibe that you're going for. Let's do the straights. Oh, well, thank you. Fool. I mean, that's awesome. I'm glad to hear that. Let's see. I don't. I don't need more thrusters there. I should be good on just this. In fact, what I ought to do is kind of test here. What I'm thinking I could do, because the nice thing about these hydrazine thrusters is that they have some really nifty variants here, like angled versions. Oh, yeah. Yeah, you do got to watch out for that. That's one of those that anytime that you run into a situation where power is now your biggest enemy, it either creates some amazing drama or some of the biggest pain in the ass that you have ever had to deal with. It's also one of the reasons why I don't necessarily enjoy going to space. I really do love staying on planets, only because of the fact that there's just so much more to build on planets. Oh, wow. Hold on a second. That does create an interesting scenario. The only thing I can think of is that you might just have to get rid of the door. Unless it's one of those that it just physically is blocking you from getting out of the ship, period. In which case, you might be SOL. Also, things to remember. Turn off the O2H2 generators. Ooh. Yeah, that does create a problem. I would definitely look to see what has a lot of power draw. Turn those things off. And also set your batteries to recharge. Sometimes that'll actually go ahead and help increase their ability to actually charge, since they'll be pulling all of the power first. Oh, gotcha. Wow. Really did put yourself in a pickle. Back again. I see you there, Smudge. Okay. Now this one, let's actually turn that. Yes, I know you're there, but that doesn't mean you're getting into my lap. Get down. Come on. Back up. Back up. There you go. It's a nice looking corridor. Okay. I need. I need to go ahead and put the shield emitter, shield controller here. Put the shield controller there. It happens to the best of us. I'm approaching. How many hours am I approaching? I know I just looked at it recently too. Currently approaching 30. Just over. I'm at over 3,000 hours, like 3,100. And there are still things that, like, I am terrible at combat. I have no trouble admitting the fact that I'm terrible at combat. Because it just stumps me. Hence why I am rebuilding the ship. Okay. What I want. Oh, I can finally. I have the design in mind that I want to do. This needs to change. Yes. this is changing because know how I actually want this to be. One of the things that I was attempting to do with the wings initially was I wanted flatter, kind of thickish wings coming out sort of the top of it and then coming down. But unfortunately, the way I designed it just wasn't quite working right. Now I can fix that. Let us get rid of this stuff here. And we'll just get rid of that. And you also need to get rid of oh, come on. Let me get that last little bit. Whoops. Okay. That is all of that. Get rid of this crap here. And you guys. Turn you off. Turn you off. There we go. So now we'll have plenty of power. We're getting to the point of thrust. Going to get rid of you guys. This may wind up being a multi-day project, which I'm totally okay with. Well, what are you doing? Why am I going to allow you on my desk? Guess what's about to happen? You are going on the floor. All right. She's an old woman at this point. She may look like a baby, but she is definitely advanced in years. She does that so that she can give her prey a false sense of security. She never does. All right, what I want to do here is I need let's cut around that. Yes. Then I can do that. Do the C pipe. C pipe. And that. Do this here. And that'll give me the 3 thrusters on the back, 3 additional thrusters. That'll also be basically streamlined into armor. And I still haven't considered weapons yet. Well, I've considered. I just don't know which ones I'm going to use. Because I do have a lot of weapons to choose from. There's like PDCs here. I've got torpedo racks. Lots of weapons. None of them seem to be for small grid. Okay, none of those. About what about? That's all thrusters. Time for that. Probably going to be the next thing that I do. Super gridding. That's one thing I've not explicitly done. Now I have done, of course, like a small grid rotor to a large grid, or large grid rotor to a small grid, but I've not done proper super gridding, so I'm not sure on that one. Okay, let's see. Oh, interesting. North wind weapons. Ooh, I could do 30mm cannons, or there's one. It's consolidation weapons. Is it this one? I could, absolutely. Oh, I don't. In fact, I use it on that thing. I've got a custom turret controller on the what we call the Ice Lake Plucker, so that I can control that arm up there. They work great. They definitely work. Here goes some of the weapons I wanted. Also, HI is just that. Okay. Where'd some of my others go? Just Northwind weapons. That's the it's Prototech stuff. I wish. Weapons. Okay. What I want to go with is I want to try some of the weapons that I've never used before. I think that ought to be fun. So I think for the sake of this, let's go look at the Eric's weapon pack. I've not used a lot of these. Let's see. What are you? I want to look for some heavy turrets. Yeah, that does generally tend to make them a little bit scarier. You do got to worry for that. Punisher burst cannon. What's your range? You're not going to tell me what your range is. Oh, 3 kilometer range. Okay. Let's try that. And then also strike cannon, which 4 kilometer range. We'll try that. What about want some smaller Doppler radar? Okay. And then they really do. If you notice, most of the ships that they have a lot of rockets, even though rockets are stupid expensive. Oh, and we'll do that one. Okay. So what I'm looking at as far as weapons here, we've got, holy Jesus. I don't think I can make that one fit. I can give it a shot. But not. I can get it on there. I know I can get it. There you go. We'll make these the side guns. What about you? You are a little bit smaller. Like, that's the main cannon. That's the thing that you put on there so that you can hit stuff once and never have to hit it again. I think we're going to have to not do that. These, however, would be useful. Also, apparently, I still have
Inventory full.
those on here, which I can get rid of.
Inventory full. Inventory full.
Okay, so these guns kind of too big. Little bit. PHI. What about you guys? I think you guys are just energy-based weapons for the most part. I think I might have to add some more weapons. Because these little bit too big for what I want. We can also look at these. And of course, most of these are. It's like most creators stay away from small grid for some reason. Even though small grid ships are a lot of fun. I get it, but still. What else do we have? Yeah, again, most of these. It's guided missiles. Turret. Okay. These are really pretty, too. Okay. That is... I think I have to... Also, up note. We had been playing for a while and no FPS drops. So I think the problem was running at 120 plus for for as long as we were was causing issues with the FPS eventually dropping. So I think VSync may have fixed us. Of course, it also creates this problem here. Yeah, exactly. Where we're stuck with unloading world. Oh, there we go. That's the spine that I barely use. Okay, load. I know I have other weapons. So, edit settings, odds. And let's see. Was it next packs? I think I actually already have that added. Yeah, I do. Okay. Um, there's a set. Yeah, we'll do those. And let's see. Mostly, really don't have a whole bunch more weapons. Yeah, most of the other stuff that I have is just need more small grid weapons. That's what it comes down to. So, uh, yeah, we'll just have to go with that. That should be good. If you guys have um, any recommendations for small grid weapon packs, let me know. If you want, just drop it in the Discord and I'll take a look at it and we'll see about adding it. Plus, I think a lot of this stuff I'm going to wind up, if they're good sets of things, I'll see about potentially adding it to the server when I eventually get that up and running. And we'll see how it goes, how it looks, how they run, if they are effective against what we have to deal with. As I'm mostly looking for things that aren't going to be too overpowered, but at the same time, I'm not afraid of having things that are just more powerful, if that makes sense. Also, trying to figure out, I guess they do it for looks, but in the background of the image, you can see the conveyor tubes that they have, and they have a lot of the conveyor sorters for the conveyor tubes added at specific intervals. And I'm guessing they do that primarily just to make it look cool. I get that. But still, that's a lot of them. Now, as long as they're not set to um, pull items specifically and they're just there being just neutral, being passive, it's not too bad. Well, that is loading. Okay, just checking on some things here. All right, anytime now. We'll get there eventually. It's probably just like, why do you keep putting me through this? you're back again? Again? Yeah, you're really adorable and I love you. But I guess what it is mom is not currently upstairs, is she? No, she's probably not, which is why well, that and the door's still open because somebody wanted me to open it. Not going to name names, Hollows, but yay, 100%. Just stay over there. There's a window over there you could be hanging out at. Although I do need to remove the dead bee from there. Oh, Jesus. Okay. So, one of the things that I want to do here is I need to add nope, this direction. And we'll put you there. Shoot.
Inventory full.
That's fine. What's in the way?
Inventory full. Inventory full. Inventory full.
Oh, you're in the way.
Inventory full.
There we go. We shall solve this problem. There we go. Yeah, no worries, man. Lurk to your heart's content. All right, what I want to do. Actually, let's do this. Let's bring T-junctions this way. Then a C-junction. Like that. And we'll do the same thing over here. That way I can get the thrusters there. And then there. And that will give me side thrust. Yay. Right now, the only thing that I'm missing is reverse thrusters. And this thing would be flyable. I would be able to maneuver it to a certain degree. So for that, I think what I might do is to go ahead and let's get rid of these. Clear that out. Same with over here. Okay. That should be good. What I can do here then is we'll put those there. And then I can put... Wait, those are already connected. so that should be fine. Next up, I need reverse thrusters. So we will put want to do that. I do not. Come on, pick it up. It's in my way. There we go. You there. You there. There we go. Now, I'm not sure if this is exactly how I'm going to have it all set up, but that at least gives us some reverse thrust. So we now have that available. Next up, lab. Is it the Cruzer? Lab HT. Okay. Lab. Change you to 2. Cruzer HTs. And we will show them in the terminal for now because I am going to need them. Turn stockpile on. Air thrusters as we go through and work on all of that. Move. Okay, there we go. So I should, in fact, let's save this. Oh, but I don't have much in the way of, just realized, I don't have much in the way of gyros. Or wait, no, I do have more than I thought. Okay. However, let's stick a couple extra on here. Because it never hurts to have more gyros. Plus the fact that there we go. So let's save. Huh. Oh, I know why. Because Cruze is an idiot. HP tanks stockpile off. There we go. And it floats just fine. Alrighty. So it floats. In fact, let's it flies incredibly well, actually. For the fact that it's just using the hydrazine thrusters. I'm playing around with the idea of potentially moving the connector off the back of it and moving it to underneath. And the reason for that is because I would like to put one large thruster on the back so that way I can get extra speed out of it. And so if I do that, what I can do is see about potentially my turn. Actually, got that there. You in place there. And then that way I would be able to connect from underneath. Uh, put some scaffolding. Yeah. Production. Girders. Girders.
Inventory full.
Oh, goody. Well, a lot of the ship has disappeared, but it's also still a lot there. That is part of the fun of doing a rebuild. Yeah, let's do this. Do one more, then this. Let's. Actually, if I just left you here, you'd be fine for quite a while. Let's just do one of these connectors. And then Cruzer, set connector, bottom. Rid of that. Nope, I want you specifically there. Switch line. And there we go. Now I can get rid of this. Ooh. Which does mean that I have to change this out a little bit. But that's okay. That happens when you're doing a refit. Because you got to refit everything. There we go. Now I need that there. goes there. Believe that is correct. And I need spacer, which is interior plate. Ah, damn it. Interior plate. There we go. And then finally, I want a smallish one. That's not smallish at all. I know there is a smallish one. Nope. That's smallish. In fact, let's see. Get rid of the surrounding stuff here. Let's put that there. And the same there. What are you missing? You need fusion coils, thruster column. Okay. You in place. You. That's going to be. Oh, that's just thruster components. Okay, that's fine. But I could probably take. I could probably go ahead and take the ILP out to the Stormfire wreck and see about collecting some stuff from it. Since I made it a little more robust in terms of being or carrying capacity. Also, what I should do, and probably wouldn't be, well, no, because I like the look of the thrusters right there. That's part of the problem. Is I was thinking setting this up so that I had large cargo grid connections all the way around the back. But I think for now, I'll just have to leave that alone. Because, oh yeah, you do have stuff in you. Don't know how you have stuff in you. Oh, because those are smaller things. Okay, yeah. It's like, those get in there. But I know because they will fit through small small conveyor ports. And, oh, sweet. So, let's see. Oh, yeah. That'll definitely get us going forward. That will get the job done. Okay. And And I just bring this down gently. There. Okay. So that helps considerably with our capability of flight. This needs to go away here. This needs to all change. Much as I kind of enjoyed that design, it needs to go. Also, these need to go away, and these need to go away. I want this to go bye-bye, unfortunately, because I actually want to put thrusters
Inventory
over here. Whoops.
Inventory full. Inventory full.
Let's
Inventory.
take out these. What the fuck? No! No! Stop shooting the ship! You son of a bitch. Ah! Alright, it looks like I'm going to have to add perimeter of stuff. At least... Oh no! Oh no! Damn it! I'm going to have to repair that as well. How bad was the damage over here? Not terrible, actually. Okay, we should be good. But it looks like I'm going to need to expand this. So let's show area. That's right. Son of a bitch. Oh. I'm glad I had the build and repair on, though. Because it kept the turret up and running. But it also means I'm going to need a second one. Oh, shit. Yeah. I just noticed that I've got another thing heading out this way.
Inventory full. Inventory full. Inventory full. Inventory full. Inventory full.
Pick that up. Hurry up. Ye- Shit. Stop. Take it. Ah! Just. I only have the one weapon right now. I don't have, like, right now, I don't have the opportunity to try and add the gun right now, as I'm trying to keep everything alive. Need that. There we go. No, that's not what I wanted. Okay. I just ripped that apart. Okay. I also need some sort of, need some walls here. And hopefully that should help. At least keep that area from getting absolutely obliterated. um, Jesus, that has been absolutely torn to shreds. I have to figure out how to fix that. Let's also, I think, get that in place. And what I want to do is oh no, that is not what I wanted. Damn. Oh well, that's fine. Um, have idea here. Okay. Need airtight. Let's do the warfare ones. Want the window there and there. Yes, I know you're there, Smudge. I love you too. Okay, there we go. At least from that side, we can start getting some protection. It looks like my hand was kind of forced in this. I was not really wanting to build a giant base, but it is what it is. Okay, I have to admit, this NPC provider is providing definitely some NPCs. I honestly, this reminds me a lot of the stuff that Splitsy was doing years ago, in that he would have an NPC. Oh, they're also taking out that base that was out there. They're firing at that. I also need a defensive block. Yeah, holy shit. Holy shit. No, no. God damn it, no. Rip it apart. Kill it. Oh my God. Oh no. Small steel tubes production. Let me get some of those. And now it's just hovering there. Nope. Jesus. All right, now we're actually starting to get into the thick of it. Holy crap. And it just, this poor thing. I'm gonna, oof. Was not expecting this at all. Like this. Oh, this poor ship. Oh God, no. And I've got another one. Oh no. I have no power up here.
Inventory full.
Oh, this is bad. This is bad. All right, time to just start.
Inventory full.
Okay. Come on, kill it. Yes. No. No. Stop. Oh, oh my God. No, stop shooting. Oh God. This is everything is literally going to hell. Holy shit. Hey, Nibbler. Oh man. Oh God. At least it'll have some spare parts. Holy crap. Stop. No. Yes, the broken frisbee is bad.
Inventory full. Inventory full.
Oh, finally. And okay, so far so good. Jesus. Oh my God. Oh man. This is have more. Okay, I think we're okay for now. Oh my God. All right, I think we might wind up having to rebuild the ship from scratch after all this. Switch lock. There we go. Wow. Just wow. Okay. Um, so first of all, these guys could go something. Second of all, just wow. What, Nibbler? Come here. I need to find a way to drag this closer, I think. I also need this to get repaired. Oh, oh. Okay, no, I thought it was. I think we're okay at the moment. Okay, let's just take a moment and breathe for a second. Because, oh my God, that was just. Um, I think I'm going to have to rethink my strategy and kind of start taking this a little bit more seriously now. Holy crap. That well, right now I have the build and repair doing all the scrapping. So I've got that going. My problem is not so much the scrapping and whatnot. Yeah, you're so adorable. It's the building things so that I can defend the base. I need to be able to, well, I just need a bigger base. Okay, I gotta let you down though. I'm gonna take a moment. I'm gonna go use the bathroom. And then when I get back, we're going to see about how we can keep this from happening. Hey, Inspector. I shall be right back. I may also go grab a snack real quick. Because holy crap. That was wow. I um I have not. I am not seeing it. But that's okay. Yes, I have. I have visitors. I am not. I'm not seeing it. Are you talking about the one from a few days ago? Because the only one that I've got is from the tribute to Dark Elf. Yeah, I watched that. Yeah, we were talking about that the other day. But yeah, anyway, we'll take a quick AFK. I will be back. I will be back in a few. I'm just going to leave this running. Whatever happens, happens at this point. Save, and I shall be back in just a few. Actually, let me do my break. Oh, wait, before I do that, since I'm here and thinking about it, select font. I can do the Fraulein. Let's make that a little bit bigger. Select font size. It's fine. Okay. Unlock that. I probably could. That would be cheating just a little bit, though. So it's one of those things that I tried not to do. Let's do an outline in color black. Outline size 3. There we go. Okay. I will be back in just a few. Hopefully the base will still be here. Let's refill. I think what I'm going to have to do is actually build a base around things before I can get back to working on the ship. That is, yeah, that's the. Are my hydrogen tanks still? Okay, good. Hydrogen tanks are still here. We're okay. All right. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. And God, I hope I don't die. So, the situation that we're in. This has been beat to shit. Yeah, there's a little bit of a mess. Yeah. Yeah, there's that one out there. I need to go and get that one. What I'm going to do. There's another one out that way that I have to go collect. I have no power currently. I have interior plates. Let's do. Nope. I need. This and this. Need to get this power back up and running. Oh no. Did I get attacked again while I was gone? Of course I did. Of course I did. Okay. All right. You need to be supposed to be, what is it, 321? And brightening. Okay. Same with you. Okay. I need all of this to get ground up real quick. We are changing tactics. We are changing tactics because of the fact that this is now happening. This is good, though. I could very easily build underground. I am not, however, going to build underground. We are going to stay above ground. I am going to try and make this into a proper bunker. And we're going to hope for the best. Oh, Jesus. Because I don't want to hide. I want to murder. Actually, no. Don't start getting dramatic music. I'm not prepared. We're currently getting our, well, I'm currently getting my ass handed to me by bots. And it's fantastic, honestly. I need And that absolutely. And also, lovingly, fuck you, Brockstar. I was doing great until you're like, hey, check out this mod. It'll be really good. And I'm like, well, there goes that. Okay. So, lovingly, fuck you, Brockstar. That burning thing was one of the ships that attacked. There's a second one out there. And apparently there is potentially another one nearby somewhere that attacked. Yes, it is loot, and it will become loot. But first, I need... yes. Okay. Let's reinforce this. Damn it. Yeah, you did kind of skip that tiny little detail. It probably just slipped your mind. I understand how it goes. You jackass. I'm not mad. Not even disappointed. Well, it wasn't originally controlled by an enemy faction. Originally, it was controlled by me. So, in all fairness, it didn't start out this way. Okay. Next up, let us... These get replaced. These get replaced. Oh, man. There we go. Good question. Don't know. I know, right? A little bit of both. The problem is they caught me unaware, and so I wasn't prepared to be attacked like that. So very definitely underdocked, but the ships themselves, like here goes the Pursuant. Like if you've seen Splitsy's original series that he did, so far those are the ships that are attacking. These are actually from these are from the NPC provider mod, and I don't know explicitly which of the ship packs that it's from. That's probable. They are well-designed ships. I need... That's basically what this is becoming. But that's okay. We will persevere. Need interior plate. Yeah. Shut up, Hollows. Oh, don't worry. There's going to be more. Yes. And I'm actually okay with this, if I'm being honest. I need more. On top of that, I need... What else do I need? Oh, that's right. Airtight. Oh, hanger. Garage doors. Save. Good to know. Assuming, of course, the other faction doesn't immediately decide that I need to die. Open, close. Okay. The plan. Let's go see this one, see if it's shooting at me. There. Okay. Let's go grab... What I'm going to do is we're going to grab ILP here. I need to be able to drag that other ship behind it. I think I'll get there momentarily, but before that, let's go grind down this thing. Because Lord knows I'm going to need it. Okay. Let's grind this down real quick. Because again, spare parts. And go. The nice thing is, spare uranium. And let me get these done. That and that. Thank you. All right, I have a feeling what's going to wind up happening over time is that the landscape is essentially going to become pockmarked with all of the enemies that have attacked. Or will wind up attacking. I need to go ahead and get... either that or just extend the range. And I think I might extend the range for now. Speaking of extending, let's get that pushed forward. There you go. Can't see shit because I can't see shit. That is a possibility. Why do you not? Why are you not filling up? You should be filling up from these guys. Oh yeah, that would do it. Thank you. Okay. There we go. Thanks. Oh, holy crap. Been a thing so far. All right. The next thing that I want to do is I need to make sure that I've got steel plate. Nope. Steel plate. Awesome. Now I'm probably actually going to have to go get some. Nope. I need the window. Yes. And there we go. So what's going to wind up happening is that these doors here are the start of what will be the hangar that'll go over top of this. But for right now, that's just the direction that I'm getting attacked from. Obviously, that's not the only direction they will be attacking from. That's just the one that they're attacking from right now. It was mostly an attempt to get some protection there. You need to be up a little bit higher. Like a lot higher. Go that high. All right, you two, calm down. How am I doing on, and I have a feeling that I am low on, oh no, I have 62,000 iron. Okay, never mind. Let's get all of that. And just remove them. And then actually kind of yes. So that base that was out there that I had been salvaging yesterday. I'll get to it in a second. Don't worry. I'm going to get to the other ship. That base that had been out there that we were salvaging from yesterday, they were actually stopping to attack that first before coming towards me. So it did buy me a few extra seconds. The sun is indeed going away. That will happen. Oh, damn. Nope. And there and there. Oh, they did. All right. What I want, specifically what I need. Yeah, I think that's what it was. And those haven't built because I just don't have the steel plates right now. That'll be next. This is going to get repurposed. Because what I need is let's see, how do I want to do this? I just need to drag it closer. So let's grab auto lock off. Actually, no. Auto lock on. Okay. Need to add the rest of those doors to the list. Control panel. Garage doors. And save. There we go. Now, hopefully, and I open that. What I'll do is just off there instead. And come on, lock on. Okay. I think what I'm going to have to do is just give it something to lock on to. There we go. That way it'll actually have a surface for this to latch onto. There we go. Come on. You're coming with me whether you want to or not. Ah, no, damn it. Kinda. Ah, better idea. Instead of trying to pull it, what if I push it? What we'll do is let's drop all the way down. Those off. There you go. Nice reference. Okay. And then landing gear. Switch lock. There we go. Excellent. So, bump that back up to where it's supposed to be. Nope. There we go. Okay. Oh, for the love of all that is holy, what have I done to myself? Control panel. Garage doors. Open. Open sesame. All right. Have a feeling that this rover is going to be doing a lot of work. Fortunately, we should be getting a lot of parts out of that. And then this is going to get changed up. In fact, I'm actually going to go ahead. We're going to clean this out real quick. Specifically so that I can clean up this terrain and make myself a little happier with it. And that way I don't have all of this grass just sticking up everywhere. This is one of the situations where the nanobot drill would actually be really useful for creating a level surface. But we'll make do with what we have, because that's what we do. We hope and we pray to Clang that we will survive through the night. And if we don't, probably wasn't meant to be. And this all sort of squared away. There we go. Maybe clean this up a bit. Yeah, probably. Oh, nice. Go get all that. So now I should awesome. That's what I'm looking for. Next up, let's grab some more. How much nickel and cobalt do I have? And actually, let's just check ingots. I need more nickel, most likely. In fact, I probably need a lot more nickel. Let's line that. There we go. Oh my God. I'm going to need so much more work put into this. What have you done to me, Barackstar? Everything was going nice. We were working on a ship. Yeah, that's really what it is. I'm not sure I like this. This whole working thing feels dirty. Let's see. Tools. I need this and that. Yes, I know you guys do. Which is why I'm somewhat okay with it. Put that in there. Oops. Oh, wrong one. Let's clean this up. And there we go. That's true. That is absolutely true. There will be no shortage of server panicking. All right. Next up, 6. That is going to alter that. Make sure that is the heavy. Good. And nope. I need that there. Man, they really did break the whole local grid thing. There we go. That should hopefully. I need more steel plates, like all the steel plates at this point. You know what's impressive though? It used to work. I actually, there was a while there where I was able to utilize it without much issue. But now every time I do, it's broken or busted somehow. So I don't know what they did to break it. It used to work. It really did. Well, it used to be based off of whatever grid you were currently looking at. So if I was looking at this grid when I did it, it would then attach to that grid or use it as the local grid. But they have since broken it. Nope. It used to be based off of what grid you were looking at. So if I did local grid align, then it's supposed to be off of whatever alignment this local grid is. That's why it's called local grid alignment. Okay, let's start getting this in place. And yes, I know I'm completely unprotected on the other side. One problem at a time. Because the next thing that I need to do is to go ahead and collect some nickel. Where? Yes. I'll show you. Looking at the grid. Switch to local grid. Now I look away from grid. And it's broken. It didn't used to be broken. It used to work. It used to be properly aligned because I did it a lot during the tunnel dig. But with, I think it was either field work or contact, they broke it. And I think that's possible. That is potentially what is happening here. Okay. I also need... Oops. An ore detector. Awesome. Okay. I need the ore detector. Here it is. You are going to be set to 512. I don't need to be out that far. Also, and that's, yeah, that that is true. Let's do... There you go. Honestly, the best grids all have hookers and blackjack. Everybody knows this. All right, we're going to go see about finding some nickel real quick. I'll probably have to hand mine some. If I remember correctly... What did I just pass over here? There it is. There was something there. Oh, that's the hole from the cruiser when it went through the planet because I was going that fast. And it wound up going through the ground. I was like, oh yeah, that hole. Okay, that's silver, gold, uranium, platinum. I don't want those things. What I'm looking for is none of that. I want nickel. see if we can find some up and around here. So right now, nickel is the one thing that I'm kind of needing the most. This should be silicon and silver, I think. No, magnesium. We're going to make a stop for magnesium. Because now, it's like the second most important thing that I can potentially get. And of course, I still have a whole bunch of stuff on me. Because I always do that. There we go. So, if this is what we can expect from NPC provider in just a single player game, multiplayer is going to be interesting. It means that we are going to have to spend a lot of time ensuring that we have adequate defenses that are capable of
Inventory full.
being quickly and easily repaired,
Full.
and can deal with some of the larger ships. Now, I don't know how big the attackers can get.
Inventory full. Inventory full.
As that seems like that was kind of a first wave sort of thing. What I do know, however, is that I don't like them. I don't like them at all. All right. Let's see about finding that nickel. Do I have a GPS for nickel? No, I do not. I do have one for gold. That's silver. Silver and gold, which we're fine on currently. I mean, I could probably use more gold, but it's not as important as the nickel. Since nickel and cobalt and iron are all three used in the production of the production of metal grids, and metal grids are a necessary component of heavy armor. So right now, what I'm working on is more about what will help protect us. Ooh. Let's get that nickel. There it is. It's really pretty, honestly.
Inventory full.
Like, I will say that despite the age of the game, it is still quite glorious and beautiful. And Space Engineers 2 is shaping up to be just as pretty. If you've seen it so far, you would know that it is quite luxurious and runs incredibly well. Now, granted, that's also in space with just a few asteroids and, you know, the blocks that it has. So it'll be interesting to see how well it runs once you get onto a planet.
Inventory full.
But I'm excited for the future of Space Engineers. I'm excited to see where they're capable of taking it. Honestly, at this point, it's kind of the one game that I am
Inventory
looking
full.
forward to the most. Oh yeah, well, that's just it too, is that those are the major components that just about everybody is waiting to see. and rightfully so. That is kind of what defines space engineers for a lot of us, is the survival and to a certain degree the multiplayer as well. I'm more interested in survival, but at the same time, and especially if they can make multiplayer even better, it should be interesting.
Inventory full.
Okay. Think we should be about set for now. Let's head back home, drop this off. Currently need the back wheels to be turning. So today has been an interesting day so far. We started out with the idea of, and doing a fairly good job of, working on a ship, being able to retrofit our ship with better thrusters and weapons and whatnot. And unfortunately, that has not gone according to plan. Yes, actually, I have heard that. It has been kind of the scuttlebutt surrounding the future of space engineers. And personally, I'm actually on board with the idea of more survival mechanics coming to space engineers. I think what they're doing is that they're using Space Engineers 1 as kind of a test bed to see what the larger community is going to accept for gameplay and how they can better implement it into Space Engineers 2. And I'm okay with that. I'm fine with being a guinea pig for their secondary game. But like everything that they wind up adding, as far as the gameplay elements, it will be something that you have the option and capability of either turning on or off. So it won't be something that always has to be on. Just like you don't always have to play in survival, you can play in creative if you want. So, from what I understand, it'll be one of those things that is completely optional. But when it's working and when you have it turned on, it should offer some fun additional gameplay. Which, again, totally on board with. Yeah, and actually I was watching a video. I think it was the same one, where one of the things that has been noted over the past few years is not only the quality of the updates, but also the quantity of stuff that has been in the updates. That when you look at the additional blocks, the additional gameplay, and everything that has been in each update, they really have been focused on pushing Space Engineers to that next level, to really making it a bigger, better, more awesome game. And they have been doing a fantastic job with that. More metal grids. Like a lot more metal grids. Yeah. And I think that's one of those things that I hope to a certain degree that Keen actually looks at games similar to Valheim and Enshrouded, but also Subnautica. And the reason why I bring up Subnautica, even though it definitely hits that checkbox of it just is another bar to fill, is because of the fact that what they do correct is your thirst goes down faster than your hunger. Because you can go without food for a really long time. You cannot go without water for a really long time. So, the thirst meter being more important than the food meter is definitely something that I hope they pay attention to. But I would also like to see maybe some sort of stamina be part of it. A situation where different foods maybe have different effects, where food can actually help heal you. So better tiers of food might heal you faster if you're out in the field. Those sorts of things. All right, what I'm going to do for this is I'm going to go ahead and outline this with heavy armor for now. Because I'm going to probably have to skimp a little bit just to get some of this up and running. Let's do that. And you can go away. You can go away.
Inventory full.
Pick it up. Pick it up. Thank you. There we go. I think, therefore I am. I did it again. Let's do rid of that. There we go. And then run this to there. There we go. we are starting to go ahead and get this figured out. Let's take out these. And what I want to do is windows, from windows to the walls, till sweat drips down my balls. Damn them females crawl. God, that song is stuck in my head. And honestly, the reason why that song is stuck in my head is because of that movie, The Proposal, with Sandra Bullock and Deadpool, Ryan Reynolds. And I do not want that color because it'll just get ground down. But there is a scene in that movie when that's fair too. But Sandra Bullock has arrived at his family's place, and she is just out for a walk, clearing her head. when she happens upon Betty White, who is doing her own little sort of powwow out in the woods. And so Sandra Bullock is trying to come up with, that sucks. Hopefully it works. But that Little John song is the song that she uses as her powwow song. And that's how it got stuck in my head. Yeah, no worries. More of that. Okay. I think. Let's see, where are we at? Okay. Let's see how this is going to look when it's closed. All right. That looks pretty good. This I want like that. Let's do fill in that wall. And then it's going to be real fun building around this side as well. As I'm probably going to want to put a secondary line of blocks here along this so that I can keep it attached to the grid, while also being able to replace this line of columns and create the back-facing wall for this. As I want to make sure that I can start, protecting this. So this is one of the first times where I really had to take into consideration not only the design of the base, but the fact that I have to armor it as well. So this NPC provider mod is definitely providing something. Should be a lot of fun, hopefully. Oh, I need to move that up. Or more specifically, I need to move this up out of the way, but I was thinking what I could do is run conveyors across, the armored conveyors, so that way I would have them available and could build off of them in certain areas to put more turrets, because that's going to be a thing. Is I imagine that what we had to deal with so far today is not the toughest enemies. And especially if it decides to send more than one, I'm going to want the option to deal with more than one. So I'm going to need a lot more weapons. It was a good idea to go ahead and start adding the additional turret types, weapon types for Weapon Core. So we have some options there. That being said, I think I am going to go ahead and wrap up here today, because tomorrow, I have a feeling, is going to be a lot more of this. So it's one of those that I have a feeling that I'm going to have a lot of work cut out for me. But I will say this. The NPC provider mod, so far, I'm really liking it. I like the fact that it is a bigger threat without just being bigger ships. So far, it is actually something that is an interesting gameplay mechanic to deal with, and I am appreciating it. Yeah, we'll deal with that later. I need more steel plate. So, with that in mind, tomorrow it will probably be more of getting this up and running so that we are protected. Once I feel like we have enough shelter, we can then go ahead and revisit making the ship. And I don't know. I want to come up with some designs first. I think maybe sketch something out, kind of get an idea of where I want to go with that, and then start looking at getting it built. But we are going to be using the hydrazine thrusters. I do want to use those Lynx thrusters and whatnot. Plus, we do have some other thruster options, so we have some ways to play with. And then, yeah, so tomorrow should be fun and interesting, hopefully. Probably more panicking and me running around like a chicken with my head cut off. Also, just to make sure that everybody's on the same page, next month, at the start of next month, I will be setting up the server. So June 1st is a Sunday. I will probably be setting up the server then. And then on the 2nd is a Monday, and that'll be the first day that I'm streaming for the week. And that's when we'll go ahead and start the multiplayer series. It will feature the NPC provider mod. I will also be adding in some weapon mods and whatnot. If there are any custom planets or modded planets that you guys would like to see, whether that's easy stuff like Earth-like or that's harder stuff, go ahead and leave a link in the Space Engineers section on the Discord. And I'll take a look at those and kind of put together a list of 5 to 6 planets that we may want to go ahead and add. And then I will also run Star System Generator on the server so that what is available will be random. Okay, gotcha. Good to know. So, but those are things that we'll look at in the next week or two as I start putting that together. Other than that, though, that is going to be it for today. As always, thank you all for joining me on these misadventures. So glad to have you guys along for the ride. You all have a wonderful day. Stay out of trouble. And remember, if you get caught, I don't know you. I will catch you guys tomorrow.